lady.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Morning, my lady.
Yes, my lady. Thank you.
Okay.
Right,
Thank
please
you
the
very
court, my
much.
lady. Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, my lady.
Melissa, are you ready?
Morning, Judge. Yes, I'm ready.
Yes, you can just place the matter on record.
Thank you, Judge. Today is the 31st of May, 2022. Calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady. The witness that's on the screen is Mr. Neil Veselo. He's number 29 on the sequential list of witnesses.
Yes, I can't see him. I don't know it's because of the problem that I'm encountering.
He's visible to me, my lady.
Can you see him?
Yes.
I don't know if I can try. The other side is giving me problems. Just bear with me. Let me see if I can try the other one, the other option.
The judge is still busy with the IT.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Madonsela.
Yes, good morning again. I'm back. Can you hear me?
Hey, my lady.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see me?
Yes, these systems. Nelisiwe, please administer the oath to the witness.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, please state your full names and surname for the record.
Neil Philip Johannes Wessler.
Do you have any objections to taking the prescribed oath?
No, I don't.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
You are hereby sworn in. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Miss Marriott, before you proceed, I think let me just warn the witness. Mr. Wesselo,
Yes.
because you are an interested party in these proceedings, I need to explain to you that as you have been called upon to testify, questions will be put to you for you to answer. If the answer to the question or questions will likely incriminate you, you have the right not to answer that question. And you have the right to tell the court accordingly that you will not answer the question for fear of incriminating yourself. Do you understand?
No, I understand, my lady.
Thank you very much. You may proceed, Ms. Marriott.
Thank you, my lady. So I'm going to take you to page 562 to page 565 on case lines. It's pertaining to the general statements. Do you have the document with you?
Just bear with me.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
I do have the document.
Thank you. Do you confirm this is a statement that you made?
I do.
And you initial each page of this document
I
and
did.
sign it on page 565?
Correct.
Do you confirm the correctness and the contents of the statement?
I do.
Is there anything you wish to add to the statement?
No, I don't.
Thank you. My lady, I will request that the statement be handed in as Exhibit Y.
Why? Just
one.
before did you read the statement, Mr. Wesselo?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Even before you signed it, you read the statement, or was it read to you?
No, I read it before I signed it, and I read it this morning again, my lady.
And you confirmed the contents
I
thereof?
confirm the contents, yes.
Okay. Miss Marriott?
Exhibit Y1, my lady.
Any objection to the handing in of the statement?
No objection, my lady.
Thank you. The statement of Mr. Neil Wesselo is handed in and marked Exhibit Y1.
As a court pleases. So I'm going to direct you to page 13034.
13034.
It pertains to case docket 66, Rudolph Botha. Do you have the document with you?
I do.
Yes, I'm there. Just a second. I just want to see something here. Yes, continue.
Now, sir, do you confirm that this is a statement that you made?
It is.
And that you signed the statement on page 13037.
Correct.
Did you read the statement before you signed the statement?
I did.
Okay. Did you go through the statement again this morning?
I did.
Do you have any corrections to make pertaining to the statement?
No, I don't.
Sorry, my lady, I can't remember. But sir, did you? Can you confirm the correctness and the contents of the statement?
I can.
Thank you. My lady, I would request that this statement be handed in as Exhibit Y2.
Any objection to the handing in of the statement?
No objection, my lady.
Thank you very much. The statement of Mr. Veselo as it appears on page 13034 up to 13037 is handed in and marked Exhibit Y2. Thank you, Ms. Murray.
My lady, there's a duplication of that Exhibit Y2 on pages 12972 to
129, just a second, 12972.
Yes, to page 12976.
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm going to direct you to page 13086. 13086.
Thank you, Ms. Murray.
As a completeness.
Yes.
My lady, it's in respect of docket 68, Isaac Kluwane. Sir, do you confirm that this is a statement that you made?
I do.
And you signed the statement?
I did.
Did you read the statement before you signed the statement?
Yes, I did.
And did you read it this morning again?
I did.
Do you confirm the correctness and the contents of the statement?
I do.
Is there any amendments which you wish to make?
No, none.
My lady, I would then request the statement be handed in as Exhibit Y2, small a, as there's a second statement relating to Isaac Kluwane.
This one relates to
Isaac Kluwane.
Kluwane.
Yes.
So it should be Y.
2A.
We already have Y2 of De La Rey, so this should be Y3.
Y3A. I apologize. Thank you.
Any objection to the handing in of the statement?
No objection, my lady.
No objection. Thank you very much. The statement of the witness, Mr. Neil Veselo, as it appears on page 13086, case line, is handed in and marked Exhibit Y3A.
As the court pleases. So I'm going to direct you to page 13087.
Thank you.
My lady, is also in docket 68 pertaining to Isaac Kluwane.
Docket 68, okay. Continue.
So do you have this statement before you?
I do.
Do you confirm that you made this statement?
I do.
Did you read the statement before you
Yes, I
signed
did.
the statement? And your signature also appears at the bottom of the statement.
That's correct.
Do you confirm the contents and the correctness of the statement?
I do.
Is there anything you wish to add or amend in the statement?
No, I don't. Nothing.
My lady, I would request that the statement be handed in as Exhibit Y3B.
Any objection?
No objection, my lady.
Thank you. The statement of the witness, Mr. Veselo, Niels Veselo, as it appears on page 13087 case line, is admitted into evidence as Exhibit Y3B. Thank you.
As the court pleases. Mr. Wessler, I'm going to ask you to go to page 37503. My lady, this is pertaining to case docket 67, Happy Makubela.
Happy Makubela.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Wessler, do you have the statement before you?
I do.
Do you confirm that this statement is the statement that you made?
It is.
Did you read the statement before you signed the statement?
I did.
And your signature is attached at the bottom of the statement.
That's correct.
Do you confirm the correctness and the contents of the statement?
I do.
Is there anything you wish to amend or add to the statement?
No, nothing.
My lady, I would then request that the statement on page 37503 be handed in as Exhibit Y4A. There are 2 additional statements relating to Happy Makubela.
Thank you. Any objection?
I4A.
No objection, my lady.
Thank you. The statement of the witness, Mr. Neil Veselo, as it appears on page 37503, in respect of docket number 67, deceased Happy Makubela, is handed in and marked Exhibit Y4A.
As the court pleases. Mr. Wessler, can you please go to page 37504?
Thank you.
My lady, it's also pertaining to case docket 67, Happy Makubela.
Yes.
Mr. Wessler, do you have the statement before you?
I do.
Do you confirm this is a statement that you've made and signed?
I do.
Did you read through the statement before you signed the statement?
I did.
Do you confirm the correctness and the contents of the statement?
I do.
Is there any amendments or changes that you wish to make on the statement?
No, none.
Thank you, my lady. I would then request that the statement be handed in as Exhibit Y4B.
Is there any objection to the handing in of the statement?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Thank you, Mr. Pina. The statement as it appears on page 37504, made by Mr. Neil Veselo, in respect of docket number 67, deceased Happy Makubela, is handed in and admitted into evidence as Exhibit Y4B.
As the court pleases. Mr. Wessler, request that you go to page 37505. Do you have the
Yes.
statement before you?
I do.
Do you confirm that this is a statement that you made and you signed the statement?
I do.
Did you read the statement before you signed the statement?
I did.
Do you confirm the correctness and the contents of the statement?
I do.
Is there any amendments or rectifications that you wish to make on the statement?
No, nothing.
My lady, I would then request that the statement on page 37505 be handed in as Exhibit Y4C. It also relates to Happy Makobela, case docket 67.
Yes. Is there any objection to the handing in of the statement?
Please the court, my lady, no objections.
Thank you very much. The statement of the witness as it appears on page 37505, also in respect of docket number 7, deceased Happy Makobela, is admitted into evidence as Exhibit Y4C.
As the court pleases. Mr. Wesselo, if we go to page 564, that is the general statement that we've handed in as Exhibit Y1 on paragraph 7.
Paragraph 7. Yes.
That relates to the passing of 3 patients at Sharma House.
That's correct.
Is there anything that you would wish to add pertaining to the circumstances regarding the passing of these 3 patients?
No, this is exactly how it happened.
And can you just indicate to the court what was the staff component at Sharma House?
We were fully staffed with a professional nurse, sisters, care workers. We had a full complement of staff.
Just hold it there.
Thank you, my lady.
When you say you were fully staffed, what do you mean? Professional nurses, we want to know how many
Yes.
were you able to look after all the patients?
We had 1 professional nurse and then all the care workers, plus the general workers, plus security. We had everything there. It was according to the department's standards.
And how many patients did you receive from Life Esidimeni?
50.
50.
50, yes.
Yes, continue, Ms. Merritt.
Melania, I have no further questions for the witness.
Thank you very much. This is time for cross-examination. I'm going to start with the team of Ms. Nawat Frekel. Do you have questions to the witness?
May it please you, my lady, as matters currently stand, we don't have any questions. Thank you, my lady.
you. Mr. Wooders, SC team.
May it please you, my lady. No questions for this witness at this stage, but I would like to reserve our rights.
Thank you. Mr. Pinar.
May it please the court, my lady. No questions at this stage to the witness, but I would request an indulgence to reserve the right to put questions in cross-examination should any issue result
Thank you.
at a later stage from the evidence presented by this witness, my lady.
Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you very much, Mr.
I'm indebted to your ladyship.
Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. Like my colleagues before me, I do not have questions at this point in time, but I would like to reserve the right to ask questions at some future stage. My lady, just to record that to the extent that there are allegations by Mr. Wesselo regarding paucity of records, I'm not going to address that specifically on the basis that I submit that there is no causal relationship with the passing of any of these patients.
Okay.
And on that basis that I'm not addressing it, but should it become necessary, I would like to do so, as your ladyship pleases.
Thank you very much, Mr. van Bergen. Ms. Hassim?
Thank you, my lady. I just have a couple of questions for this witness.
Yes, okay.
Good morning, Mr. Wesselo. My name is Advocate Anila Hassim, and I represent families of the deceased.
Morning.
Mr. Wesselo, can I ask you to turn to page 20410?
Thank you, Sasha.
It's a document that starts, my lady, on page 20407. And it's an audit report. Of the Shama House, the NGO. Mr. Wesselo, you in response to her ladyship's question about staffing, you said you had all the necessary staff. But according to this document, we look at page 20410. It
Yes.
that there was only one professional nurse.
Ms. Hassim, I think this is
I'll give you the chance.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, Ms. Hassim, was your question complete?
There's a hand.
Okay, I'll be there. I'll be with you just now. Yes, whose hand is that? The question is not yet complete. I don't know what Ms. Hassim, what question Ms. Hassim is going to ask. Can we wait for the question to be complete? Whose hand is that? Can you please identify yourself?
Thank you, my lady.
Yes.
My lady, it's just for assistance to Advocate Hassim. Rochelle Gordon testified she didn't visit Shama House for inspection purposes. I don't know whether a question is going there just to assist the court in that regard.
Okay. Ms. Hassim?
My lady, that's not where I was going. This is an audit report that was conducted, according to the document. It was conducted by Ms. Gordon, Mr. Mohale, on the 21st of July, 2016.
That is this audit report?
This audit report, yes.
Yes.
And what I really was just wanting to ask Mr. Wesselo is clarity on his answer to your ladyship when he said he had all the staff that was required. So on page 20410, for example, it says there was one professional nurse and no other nurses. And I'd like his comment on that.
Mr. Wesselo? Can you answer the question if you
You
can?
know, I can't comment on that because this audit report is, as far as I can remember, is the one that was changed. This was an audit report from 2010, where the date was changed and everything, as it was in evidence already. Because we had, sorry.
Sorry, what do you mean the date was changed? You're saying that this wasn't conducted on the 21st of July 2016?
That's what I'm saying, because all the information that they've got here is wrong, because we had our full staff complement from the end of May.
So everything in here you say is incorrect?
Everything that I can see now. We had 2 professional nurses, we had care workers.
Just hold it there, Mr. Vessel. You had 2 professional nurses?
Yes.
Mm.
We had care workers, we had...
How many care workers?
Your Honor, I would lie if I told you, I can't remember, but we had the full complement according to what the department wanted. We also had auxiliary care nurses, caregivers that were being trained. We had 2 chefs in the kitchen.
Just
We had
hold it there.
administrators.
Yes.
We had maintenance, security, driver, everything. So that's why I said this cannot be from the date that it's said, because we had all our staff in place before the MHC users arrived from Life Esidimeni.
Continue, Ms. Hasib.
Thank you. So you disagree with what is recorded here and appears to be signed on 21st July 2016?
I do, Council.
Thank you. I have one other question, and that is in relation to Michael Klolwe. I just want to get the case docket number, maybe.
It is docket 65, my lady,
Thank
for
you.
my colleague's assistance.
I didn't even hear the name, that's why I can't. Docket 65, case docket 65. What is the name of the deceased here?
It's Michael Klolwe.
That will be page?
I'll take you there in a moment, my lady. It's page...
My lady, the first statement starts at 12960.
Thank you, Mr. Van Bergen.
I don't have it here.
Mr. Vesselo, do you recall this deceased?
Yes, I do.
Do you refer him to a specific page, Ms. Hassim?
Well, I'm just asking first whether he recalls this deceased, Mr. Klolwe, my lady. Mr. Vesselo, in paragraph 7 of your statement, at page 564 of the record.
Page
Paragraph 7, yes.
564.
564.
Yeah. Is there, just before you proceed, I was on page 12960. I can't see anything that is handwritten here. Do we have a duplicate statement somewhere?
Yes, my lady.
I don't know if all of you. Is it a duplicate?
Statement that I've indicated that was duplicated. The better one.
It's 56. Which one? Where do I go? Let's just. Where do I get the better one, Miss Merritt?
My lady, I think there's some confusion. My apologies for interjecting. The statement on 12960 is by Isaac Clolway. The duplicated statement, as I understood, my friend Ms. Marriott, was a duplicated statement by Mr. Veselo.
Relating to Rudolph Delaray.
That's how I have it, my lady. I think
Yes, Miss Merritt, if you can assist us.
I've made a mistake, yes, my lady. There's no beta statement pertaining to page 12972.
This is 12960. Let's not confuse issues. If I may, Miss Merritt, you have just indicated that the statement that related to Rudolph Delaray, Exhibit Y2, that is appearing from page 13034. You said there is a duplicate statement which relate to that on pages 12972 to 12976. Do you still maintain that this is the correct position?
My lady, may I take just a short adjournment just to make sure? I think I might have confused some of the statements. If I can just...
Yes. Can we please do that? If I see it's 4 minutes or 5 minutes past 11, can I give you about 20 to 25 minutes? Maybe let's resume at 1:30 so that you can check the statements properly. If there is a need to talk to Mr. Veselo before we resume. The witnesses want, the court will then take a tea adjournment.
Thank you.
As a court. May it please the court, my lady.
Ons het 'n duplikaat gehad, maar nou kan ek
break? Miss Marriott, if I can check with you.
Thank you, my lady. I've made a mistake pertaining to page 12960. Unfortunately, there's no better statement in this point in time. The investigating officer is unavailable to provide us with a better copy at this stage. He's in the Free State, busy with another matter. But the statement that I've indicated is a duplicate. I've made a mistake. It's actually an additional statement. So I don't know whether
the one on pages 12972.
Yes, my lady.
So this is an additional statement.
And it's a additional statement, but it's not a duplicate statement.
Okay. But then yes.
May I just deal with that statement then, my lady?
You want to deal with it? Because
yes, so that
an
it can
additional
be a
statement, it must be properly handed in.
Yes, my lady.
Yes, okay. You may do so. Just before we proceed, okay, continue. That's fine.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Wessler, can we go to page 12972?
Yeah, yes.
Thank you. My lady, the statement is from page 12972 to page 12976. Now, Mr. Wessler, can you confirm that this is a statement that you've made?
I can confirm that.
And you've signed all the pages, including the last page on page 12976?
That's correct.
Before you sign the statement, did you read the statement?
I did.
Do you confirm the correctness and the contents of the statement?
I do.
Is there any amendments or additions that you would like to make to the statement?
No, they're not.
Thank you, my lady. Then I would request that this statement be handed in as Exhibit Y5. It relates to case docket 65 Michael Clorway.
Something wrong.
Is there any objection to the handing in of the statement?
None, my lady.
This is the statement that appears on pages 12972 to 12976. It relates to the case docket number 65 in respect of deceased Michael Clorway. It is therefore admitted into evidence and marked Exhibit Y5.
Thank you.
Yes. Anything else from you, Miss Merritt?
No, my lady, as indicated, there's the statement on page 12960. There's no better statement at this point in time.
Yes, I'm having a problem with that. Is it proper to continue with this witness while we don't know whether we have all the statements? Can I just check with you, when is the investigating officer going to come back? When is he coming back from?
My lady, can I just request Advocate Light? He spoke to him just for an answer if he requested the information.
I don't know. I don't know how the others would feel, but we must make sure that we have got all the statements before the witness finishes with his testimony. I don't want us to be recalling him back forth again. Ms. Hazim, would you like to proceed in this situation? Because I can't read that statement. I don't know about the others. Myself, I can't.
My lady, it is very difficult to read.
Yes, I'm just checking if we can just suspend the evidence of this witness until we know what is happening. If we are told that we don't have a statement at all, then we know that we're going to deal with what we have.
Yes, my lady.
To avoid allowing you to proceed thereafter, something comes up in relation to that statement. I don't know what is the feeling of the others.
Maybe I'm in your hands. I have only 1 or 2 questions on this. I also note that
Yes, but my only concern is with regard to that one that we don't know whether it's somewhere. Maybe it's the only copy we don't know also. But if we have if we have the certainty that there is no other statement, then we can continue. I'm just avoiding a situation where we have to recall the witness. Miss Marriott, I see you want to say something.
My lady, the investigating officer indicated that he is coming or returning to Pretoria today, but he's not sure about what time. So we might be able to assist the court tomorrow with a better version, but I don't know whether there's a better version available.
Okay, thank you.
My lady, if I could just point out that, sorry to cut in.
I see there are many hands here, but let me give you the chance. I see Mr. Van Bergen, and I don't see the other hand. Yes, continue.
I just wanted to point out, my lady, that
Mr.
statement.
I've also noted you, yes.
That there is a second statement by the same witness.
Yes.
At page 13016.
Just bear with me. I just want to note page 13016.
And I don't know whether it is identical. I would have to compare it, but it is a better.
Yes. Yes. Perhaps those are the things that our evidence leaders and all of you here will have to check. I don't think this has been properly checked. Ms. Merritt, just look at that statement together with Mr. Late. Can I recognize Mr. Van Bergen and Mr. Pina? Maybe the witness can just step aside, that's fine, while we talk, otherwise you'll keep on waiting. We know you are there, they will help you. Yes, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Pinaar, in fact, had his hand up before me, and in order of seniority, would suggest that he gets first.
I didn't notice that. Okay, Mr. Pinaar.
May it please the court, my lady.
Yes.
I have no objection for Mr. Van Bergen preceding me, but be it as may. My lady, I would suggest...
You are already there. Please continue.
Yes, thank you, my lady, as the court pleases. My lady, I would submit, if there is and it appears to be a real issue that the court's faced with at this stage, my lady, I would, rather than having the matter proceed in a piecemeal matter,
yes,
I would submit it would be proper, especially if the investigating officer is returning today. Maybe it would be more prudent to adjourn the matter, the inquest, until tomorrow.
Correct.
For the evidence leaders to endeavour to obtain clarity with regard to the issue that's...
In fact, this should relate to all the statements with regard to this witness.
As the court pleases, my lady, that I would submit that would be proper, my lady.
Thank you
and
very
then,
much.
In all probability, we can continue tomorrow without any hitches in this regard, my lady.
And I also would like all of us and the evidence leaders to clarify the issues of all the statements relating to this witness. Okay, I see Miss Marriott's hand. I'll come to you. Can I hear Mr. Van Bergen first? Thank you, Mr. Pina.
My lady. May it please the court.
Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I in fact want to suggest perhaps a more robust approach to the one suggested by my learned friend, Mr. Pinaar. My lady, the difficulty with regard to the documentation available in respect of Shamar House is that the primary documentation, the records of both Life Esidimeni that was provided, and the records of Shamai House to a large extent no longer exists. As will appear from the affidavits or various of the affidavits of Mr. Wesselo, those records were taken by the Department of Health and were no longer in Mr. Wesselo or Shamai House's possession at the time that affidavits were deposed to. So the court is unfortunately in a situation where the primary documentation on which it should have relied is no longer available. Some of the documents that are in the dockets suffer the same fate as the affidavit of Mr. Tlolwe on 12960, in that they are illegible. And my lady, my submission would be that unless there is any party who has any specific basis on which to suggest that Shamai House and in particular Mr. Wesselo should be held, or that a finding should be made against either of them in terms of section 16(2)(e) of the Inquest Act, I submit that there is no harm in continuing with the documentation that we have at the moment. And that would be my suggestion, my lady, that the matter proceeds on the basis of the evidence available. The affidavit by Mr. Tlolwe appears to be a lay interpretation of what happened, unless, my lady, there's anyone who wants to rely on that. I submit that the court will not be in any worse position.
Is it not proper? We hear all that, which information we are not aware of, but maybe you took it from the affidavits by Mr. Wesselo. But can't that information be verified and confirmed with the investigation officer? And I also wonder, the evidence leaders in particular, although all of us, we have to look at all the documents. We had to break now for 30 minutes because there was a mix. So can't we wait until tomorrow morning? We hear all those concerns, but it's better also to check what is available and what is not available with the investigating officer.
Yes, well, lady, that would be the prudent approach. I will concede. I'm just concerned that tomorrow morning we are going to find ourselves in much the same situation as we are at the moment.
But is it not better then than to do that rather than to proceed and something comes up at a later stage?
My lady,
if the investigating officer was here, he was going to tell us what is the situation, then we proceed.
Yes, my lady, yes. As I said, that would be the prudent approach.
Remember that what I'm proposing, it's also going to deal with all what is there, so that this confusion that we have been having can no longer be there.
As your ladyship pleases.
Okay, thank you very much. Miss Marriott? Yes, Miss Marriott?
My lady, if I may assist the court, I can read the statement on page 12960. It's just a name that I'm not that I can't make out on the statement, and it's my respect for
it's fine. What I was suggesting, I hear all what you are saying. You can try to read it. Have you verified all the statements, all the information when during that break? Yes, but then, given what Mr. Van Bergen has said, and also my suggestions, which I think seems to be seems to be in agreement with what Mr. Pinar is suggesting. Why don't we wait and then we hear what the investigating officer says? Maybe it could be having a better copy. I don't know. Mr. Late is here. I don't want us to continue and then there comes something at a later stage.
My lady, I to a point agree with Mr. Van Bergen. The contents of that statement merely goes to the information that the brother had received about the death of his brother. It doesn't pertain to anything regarding the treatment at Shama House.
Yes.
The only reason why it's illegible is because the pen writing is very faint. We can get
Yes,
a better
I saw
copy
that.
from the investigating officer.
Mhm.
As regards to the other information, what is contained in the docket pertaining to each of the deceased is what the investigating officer could get. There's nothing else that they could find during the investigation.
All right. Is that the feeling of everyone? Before I close the matter, is that how everyone feels? Because I just wanted us to be sure, so that we shouldn't be coming back to having to recall the same witness. Can I hear other voices? Miss Asim, I see Miss Seboko, Miss Seboko, Miss Mboweni. Who is next also? Who's the other one? Okay, Miss Asim.
My lady, I with respect, I'm in agreement with Mr. Late and Mr. Van Bergen that we continue on the basis that the statements are affidavits of the brother of the deceased, and there are two statements from the brother, and the one is legible. As I said, it's not. It may not be identical, but it does give us enough information.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yes. My proposal is that we proceed.
We proceed. Okay, Ms. Seboko.
My lady, I also wanted to agree with the proposal by Advocate Van Bergen that we proceed.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mboweni.
May it please the court, my lady. My lady, I also support the submission by Advocate Van Bergen that we proceed. Okay. My contention was based on the fact that we do not know what Advocate Hasim SC wants to ask, and whether, in fact, the visibility of the statements is an issue to her in line of her questions that she wants to pose to the witness. But if those questions are not, if the visibility of the statements has got nothing to do with the questions that she wants to ask, then there would be no reason for us to stand down till tomorrow.
All right. The majority seems to be saying that we should proceed. I just wanted, I see, okay. Can you put your hand down? Thank you. Thank you very much. On those lines, then we can then proceed.
My lady, my apologies. I think the one thing that perhaps should be done is if the court could inquire from Mr. Wesselo himself whether he believes it's necessary to stand down or not, because ultimately he is the person who will be affected by this.
Well, I don't think that, well, I can do that, but I don't think that is necessary. My only concern was if he's available, I don't know how long is he going to be available, but I think he said last week that he was going to be available from today. That is the reason we had to start today, yes. All right, but my only concern is people shouldn't be saying there was no information, the statements were, I don't know, not visible, but it's fine. If there is another statement that can assist us, then we can proceed. All right, over to you, Ms. Hasim.
Thank you, my lady. My question really was to place Mr. Tlolwe and this docket on. Let me put it the other way. Mr. Vesselo's statement that we were last looking at page 564.
Yes.
And paragraph 7 doesn't refer to Mr. Tlolwe as a mental health care user that was admitted at Shama and passed on at Shama. And so the point of my question was to ask Mr. Wesselo to confirm that in fact Mr. Tlolwe was at Shama and that he may want to correct paragraph 7.
Mr. Wesselo?
That's quite correct, and it's in the statement on 129 Sorry. On 12974 is related to the passing of Michael.
Is
He was a
related to?
patient on the passing of Michael Chloe. He was a patient at Sharma House from the beginning, from Life Esidimeni.
Yes. You may proceed.
Mr. Veselo, there's an opinion by a forensic pathologist at page 12980. Do you have it?
Yes, I have it here.
And at paragraph 4, it's Dr. Rousseau's opinion. At paragraph 4, he says, although no specific known cause of death is stated in the docket, it is probable hypertension and or diabetes related. My question is, do you know whether Mr. Chloe had diabetes or hypertension?
Counsel, at this stage, I can't remember. No, I can't remember. I'm not a medical doctor. And I can't remember. Sorry.
Thank you. My lady, I have no further questions for the witness.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Munjerera, do you have questions to the witness?
Yes, please, the court, my lady. I have no questions for this witness.
Ms. Foster, where is she? Is she there? Ms. Foster or anybody from her team?
Please, my lady, I apologize. I do not have any questions for the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Sibera?
As the court, please, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Makani.
We have 2 or 3 questions for the witness. Morning, Mr. Visalo.
Morning, counsel.
I'm Advocate Makani. Myself, together with Advocate Sibara, we are appearing on behalf of Dr. Manamela.
Counsel.
Thank you. I've got few questions. More so, if you may go to page 563, paragraph 7 of your statement. My questions will flow from there.
What paragraph, sorry, counsel? 6?
Paragraph 7.
7 on 564.
That is correct.
Yes.
May you read that so that I ask you?
I've read it, counsel.
Okay, and also I don't think you should go there because you've just been referred to it. I think it's page 12980 of Mr. Cholwe. My question to you is, out of all the 4 deceased, would you attribute any cause of death to either Shama House or the transfer from Life Esidimeni to Shama House?
No. There, no. There's no.
I think on your statement, I think it's the other statement, just that we referred to a number of them. I think it's also, if I may just go to the page, I've noted it on my here on this side. If you may go to page 37504. To be more specific, yes. On your third paragraph, if you may read that paragraph.
It's the one where we were asked about the department.
That is correct. If you may read the whole paragraph. I just have a few questions and my advice from Dr. Manamela just to put it to you so that we clear that.
Okay, I'm finished.
Thank you. Dr. Manamela advises us that she did not do an inspection at Shama House. All what she did was just a visit because there were people who were deployed or that were given the task to do inspection at Shama House. And those people were, my lady, I see Miss Marriott has raised her hand.
Miss Marriott?
My lady, I do not see the relevance for this question relating to the causation of the deceased, whether Dr. Manamela did the inspection or not.
Can the witness step aside, Mr. Makani? Mr. Vessel, just step aside, please.
My lady, actually, I was coming at the fact that just to clarify the issue of Dr. Manamela having to force them to take patients when they were not ready. So that is where I was coming at, that she couldn't have forced them because she was not responsible for placing the mental health care users. All what she was responsible for was signing of the license. That is all that our intent. But if your ladyship's ladyship is of the view that this question is irrelevant, I'll pass, my lady.
Miss Marriott, Miss Van Bergen, Mr. Van Bergen, then Miss Marriott.
My lady, the witness already.
Okay, Mr. Van Bergen, let him go first.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I understand Mr. Makani's intention with this question, and clearly it's to place in issue any negative inference that may be drawn from the statement referred to. But I'm in agreement with Ms. Marriott that there is no causal relationship between the allegation that Dr. Manamela had tried to compel Shama to receive patients before they were ready, because if one reads further, the next line, let me first read it's the fourth line, starting Dr. Manamela inspected our premises many times, trying to force us to accept patients before we were ready. We refused and only accepted the patients in May 2016, which is when we received our license. So
Everything.
There can't be any causal relationship between the allegation that is made and any subsequent events, because Shama, by Mr. Vesselo's express statement, was ready to receive patients when they did so.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Marriott?
I have nothing further to add. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Makanye, the question is not going to assist us in any way. You can proceed with other questions.
My lady,
Can I ask the witness to come back before?
You may, my lady.
Yes, you may continue.
My lady, we do not have further questions, my lady. We just wanted to clarify that, my lady.
Thank you.
As the court, please.
Ms. Siboko?
Thank you, my lady. I have no questions for Mr. Vesselo.
Anybody from the team of Ms. Ramaimela?
May it please you, my lady. We also do not have any questions for this witness.
Thank you. Ms. Potter?
I have no questions, my lady, for the witness.
Ms. Maite?
May it please you, my lady, I too do not have any questions for the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Shavangu?
As the court pleases, my lady, we do not have questions for the witness, as the court pleases.
Thank you. Ms. Mboweni?
May it please the court, my lady, I do not have questions for this witness.
Mr. Manamela, if you are there. Mr. Manamela? I'm going to pass him. Mr. Profi?
I really have no questions for the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Pichela?
Thank you, my lady. We do not have any questions for this witness at the moment.
Ms. Kekana, Beauty Kekana, are you there? Beauty Kekana, Ms. Kekana?
My lady, she's at our office as the next witness. If the court can give me a moment, I can inquire from her whether she has any questions.
Please do.
My lady, she does not have any questions for Mr. Vesselo.
Thank you very much. I think everybody had, if I may go back, those who reserved their cross-examination, do they have questions to the witness, starting from, I think, Mr. Wooders, SC, then Mr. Pinar, and Mr. Van Bergen?
May it please the court, my lady, if I may. I have no further questions. Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry to my learned friend.
Yes, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, my lady. No questions for this witness, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Van Bergen.
May it please you, my lady, I don't have any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Vesselo, thank you very much. You are therefore excused.
Thank you, my lady.
But it doesn't mean you're no longer going to be part of the proceedings, isn't it? Thank you. Mr.
I will
Wessel?
still be. Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
you are just excused as a witness. If you want to sit, you have to sit, and so that you can until the proceedings are finalized, right?
Yes, my lady, but the days that I can't listen to the day, I do it on YouTube.
Okay.
So I do keep up with it.
Okay, thank you.
My lady.
Miss Marriott?
My lady, can I request just a 10-minute adjournment so that we can arrange Mr. Wesselo and Mrs. Kekana's exchange for the computer? Mrs. Kekana is our next witness.
Thank you very much. The court will take a 10-15-minute break.
May it please you, my lady.
As the court pleases, my lady. As the court pleases. Advocate Knight will assist with leading the witness.
Okay. Nelly Siwe, if you can assist us here in administering the oath.
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, please state your full names and surname for the record.
Hello.
Feba.
Spady mixed with Tswana.
O Sepedi mixed with Tswana. Le re botse maina lena ka moka feletse.
Ramadi Meja. Emily Kekana.
Do you have any objections to taking the prescribed oath?
Le kgatlana le go tšea kano.
Awa.
No objection.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Ikana bohlatse bjo le tafanang ka bona mo tla ba nnete fela nnete ka moka go le bjalo emisha seatla sa gago sa go ja o re modimo a go thushe go bolela nnete. This witness is sworn in.
Thank you very much. Miss Kekana, the name Beauty, is this your name?
Lina le Beauty. Oh. Yeah. Ke leina la lena?
Judge, ke lebitso la ka le ke godileng ka lona le ntate wa ka na le rata haholo.
Yes, that is the name. That is my name. They were addressing me with that name as I was growing up. My father was fond of it.
Okay. Thank you very much. I just want to warn you that because you are an interested party in these proceedings, I need to explain to you that as you have been called upon to testify, questions will be put to you for you to answer. Mr. Interpreter?
Bona sesi, a ke bjale le ba bang ba di hlatse mo molatong wa. So ke go o se tsebe ke se. O tlo butša dipotšišo.
If the answer to the question or the questions will likely incriminate you, you have the right not to answer.
Ge e le gore go ne potšišo e nngwe e botšišwago e o ka gore no aowa e yang ka ya ge ba tla ntsentšha mathateng o ne ke tokelo ya gore aowa ye potšišo a ke nyake go e araba wa kwa.
And then tell the court that you will not answer the question for fear of incriminating yourself.
Bjale o ka botša gore aowa potšišo e nka se arabe ka lebaka la gore ke a tšhaba gore ge nka e araba nka tloga ya ntsentšha mathateng. Re a kwana sese?
Ke a kwešiša.
Understand, my lady?
Okay, thank you very much. Mrs. Mary?
Sorry, my lady.
Just before, I think Mr. Pinar here and Mr. Late. Mr. Pinar first, yes.
Pardon my interjection at this stage, but just to be of assistance to this Honourable Inquest Court, my lady, we are utilising the services of an interpreter at this stage.
Yes, okay.
And he must be formally placed on record.
I'll just do that, although I know that is Mr. Your name again? Mr. Mate. Mate, yes. I know Mr. Mate. Mr. Mate, can you confirm on record that you are a sworn interpreter?
Oh, yes, I am, my lady.
Yes. Do you then swear that you will interpret these proceedings from English to, well, a combination of Sepedi and Setswana, or from Setswana, Sepedi to English to the best of your ability?
I so affirm, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Late.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Kekana, you are a registered nurse, in other words, a sister, as is known in the normal language.
Go bjalo wena o nurse Go ya ka mokgwa ba tlwaetse go lebitse ka gona kua America ba di o sister. Go bjang?
Ke nnete, Judge. Ke nurse.
That is correct,
Ke
my lady.
sister.
Yes.
Tell the court what are your qualifications?
Nkore botse bjale mangwalo a lena a le a kgweditšeng sekolong a go le dia gore le be mo maemong a leng mo go ona ke afe?
Ke na le diploma ya general nursing,
I have a diploma in general nursing,
diploma in midwifery,
diploma in midwifery,
degree in nursing management,
and degree in nursing management.
degree in nursing education.
Just
Degree.
a second. You have a diploma in general nursing. You have a diploma in midwifery.
Ngo tšwele ka tšona pele se se.
Degree in nursing management, degree in nursing education, degree in community health.
We're not in a hurry, mistaken.
O ska ke tima se se.
Degree in nursing management. Degree in nursing education.
Degree in community health.
Okay.
Honors in nursing
Just-
management.
Honors in nursing management.
Yes. Postgraduate in labor law.
Labor law.
Yes. Masters in public management. Doctorate in public management.
Yes.
Village.
That's all.
Thank you, Dr. Kekana. At this stage, you are employed at Mamelodi Hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
Correct.
In what capacity?
As an assistant director nursing.
Yes.
During 2016, when Bopelong Suurman accepted mental health care users from Life Esidimeni, were you at that stage permanently employed somewhere?
Kana go 2016 wo bereka permanente lefelong le leng kana go Bopelong Suurman be romela batho mo lefelong le go tswa kua Esidimeni.
I think there's a problem with your line. I don't know. There's a problem with your connectivity. Nelisiwe, can you please check that?
My lady Nelisiwe would not be in the office.
Yes, but can IT help you there? I think there is a problem there. I don't know whether it is the network or what is happening. You are not audible on record.
Oh, well, let me just check it out, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Pitlela.
As it pleases, my lady. I just wanted to point out that the witness seems to be overtaking the interpreter. So maybe perhaps that is why your ladyship cannot hear him interpret, because on some questions he
But I
answers.
think the interpretation, something is wrong with the connectivity there.
Yes, your ladyship pleases.
Okay.
Judge, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear, but once he start interpreting, I cannot predict what will happen.
Okay, Judge,
If
I'll
you
just
say something for a longer period, not necessarily to say, can you hear me?
all right, Judge, I'll sit in and just see how we can deal with the situation.
Okay, now maybe yes. Can let him proceed? Just before you proceed, okay, just finish what you wanted to interpret.
Le kule putisho ewe. Re kana kwa la 2016 o bo bereka felotso kuna o le permanent gona kana kwa bophelong still ba ne be romela batho go tswa kwa Esidimeni.
Ke be ke šomela Mamelodi Hospital.
Yes, I was employed by Mamelodi Hospital.
Yes. You were employed by the Department of Health stationed at Mamelodi Hospital. Is that correct?
O bereka la Department of Health o station kwa Mamelodi. Correct.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Dr. Kikana, I'm going to take you to the statement that you made in the general docket on page 568 to 572. That's 826 in the general docket. That statement before you.
Can you just repeat the page number, please?
568 to 572.
Or unyaka o lebelela matlakala uwe go tloga page 568 go fitla go 572.
I think, I don't know whether is it from my side or can you all hear the interpreter? I think the line at times it's a little blurry. I don't know what's happening.
My lady, I can hear the interpreter perfectly.
Properly.
Yes, your ladyship, when your ladyship speaks from time to time, it's as if there's a drag in the audio. So I don't know if the problem is perhaps with your ladyship.
Maybe something is wrong again. Maybe perhaps let me just exit and return to the meeting. Please stop me if you hear the same thing again. Am I better now?
It seems to be in order now, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Late, you have just referred us to pages 568 to 572, is that correct?
That's correct, my lady.
Okay. Mr. Interpreter, I think I interjected you while you were trying to interpret something.
Sesi o ba bolela ka page ewe mo matlakaleng a la swereng 568 go fitla go 572 ko docketing ke 826. Yes, I have access to it.
This document was provided to you before the proceedings start today, is that correct?
Ba go file letlakala le oba document e pele re ka thoma ka moshomo wa gompi wa lekgono go bjana.
Ke nnete.
Correct. Do you agree that this is a statement that was made by you?
E ka ba wa dumela re letlakala le uwe wa matlakala uwe ke statement se wena o se dirileng.
Ke nnete.
Correct.
And it was also signed by you, as is visible at the end of the statement. Is that correct?
Ele ga o lebella mafelelong a matlakala uwe kwa fase kwa. O sign mo uwe. E ka ba go bjana.
Ke nnete.
Correct.
Was the statement read to you, or did you read the statement before signing it?
Statement is about go baletše sona goba wena o se badile pele o ka se signa.
Ke se badile.
I read it.
Do you confirm the contents thereof as correct?
Jwale ka moka tše di ngwadileng mo we e ka ba wa di dumela ge wa ke nnete.
Ke a di dumela.
Confirmed.
My lady, with your ladyship's permission, I would request that this statement be handed in as Exhibit Z1.
Why has it's already there?
That's correct. Exhibit Z1.
Come again?
Z1, my lady.
Yes.
I request that this
Mr.
statement be
Late?
handed in. Yes, my lady.
Yes, I couldn't hear what you were saying.
I request that the statement be handed in as Exhibit Z1.
Z1.
That's correct, my lady.
Is there an objection to the handing in of the statement?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Thank you. The statement of the witness, Dr. Kekana, is admitted into evidence and marked Exhibit Z1.
Jwale statement is about gore se tšere se ngwadile gore ke Z1.
Mrs. Dr. Kekana, you also made a statement relating to the deceased Sibusiso Mtombeni.
Gape wena o dirile statement se se mabapi le mohu wa leina leo le wa go bitswa gore ke Sibusiso Mtombeni. Ka ba go bjalo?
Go bjalo.
Yes, that is correct.
Just give me a chance. I just want to make sure what the page number is.
Okay, you may do so.
It's page 3353.
Double
Sorry,
353. Ke page ya gona eo.
I beg
Casio.
your pardon, my lady. I would want to refer the witness to page 3356 to 3357.
O nyaka o lebelele matlakala o 3356 o fitla go 3357.
Ke a bona.
Yes.
Do you agree that this statement was also provided to you before the proceedings commenced?
E ka ba dumela matlakala ba go file ona re wa lebelele pele re ka thoma ka mošomo wa lekgono. I confirm.
Ke a bona.
Yes,
and that,
I did have
that
access to these documents.
Sorry. Then you signed the statement on each page?
Lori statement is letlakala le leng o le sign.
Ke le signile.
That is correct, my lady. I did sign.
And that you read it before you signed the statement?
Lori pele o ka se sign a statement se o se badile.
Ke se badile. Ka se sign.
I read the statement and thereafter I signed it.
Do you confirm the contents of the statement?
O dumelana le dilo ka moka tše di ngwadileng mo statementeng se we?
Ke dumelana le tšona.
Yes, I confirm the contents thereof.
My lady, I request that this statement be handed in as Exhibit Z2.
Any objection?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Thank you, Mr. Pinar. The statement of Dr. Beauty Ramadimecha Mlikekana, as it appears on pages 3356 to 3357, case line, it's handed in and marked Exhibit Z2.
Thank you, my lady. During consultation, you referred me to an amendment that you want to make in paragraph 5 of the statement under the heading general condition, and that is on page 3356 of the statement.
Go bjalo kana go lebele ya tlhatla statement se o mmoditse gore wena go ne ntho engwe nyakang go e fetola mo go paragraph 5 mo fase ga heading ewe ya general condition kudu mo paging ewe ya page number 3356.
Go bjalo.
Yes, that is correct.
And the amendment had to do with the sentence MCHUs were in a bad state. It is looked neglected, wearing dirty stale clothes, and look malnourished and sick. What amendment do you want to make to that sentence?
Mo sentencing a bolelang mo ka yona ke eng tlo nyakang go tšo go ilukisha go ba go e fetola?
Oh, ne ke batla gore ke be specific mo go tsona je.
I wanted to be specific in respect of that aspect.
Yes.
In the following sense. Ole.
E be ile makgoa a lesome.
It was le e be le makgoa a lesome le
Mosotho o one.
I wanted to say that it was 10 white people,
males,
as well as 1 black person.
Yes. Is that the only amendment that you want to make?
Before she goes on, just a second. I think I heard her saying people, and the interpreter was also talking. Then she said male. Am I correct, Miss Kekano?
Judge nyaka o khontishisha mo.
Yeah, judge.
O boletše ka male person.
Yeah, judge ke banna, ne le banna.
Yes, judge, it was male persons.
Yes, you can clarify that. Did you want to say 10 white male people and 1 black male person, or just clarify us there?
Ngo ilukishe bjalo bo nyaka bolela ke batho ba banna ba makgoa ba lesome a mmogo le o tee wa motho o moso le yena e be le motho wa monna e ka ba o bolela ka tsela e nngwe?
Go bjalo, judge.
That is correct, judge.
Yes, you may take it from there, Mr. Lady.
Thank you, my lady. Is that the only amendment that you want to make in this statement?
Ke yona ntho o nyaka go ilukisha fela mo we mo statementeng go ba go ne engwe gape?
Ke yona fela.
That was the only amendment, my lady.
Thank you. My lady, there are 2 other statements regarding Bopelong Simon. The one is regarding deceased number 6900 Mabue on page 13141 to 13145.
What is the page number?
13141 to 13145. And regarding deceased number 17, Siabulela Msimanga on 13198 and 13199. They are duplications of 826 that is on 8568 to 572. In other words, they are duplications of Exhibit Z1.
Yes.
Ms. Kekano, I want to take you to the statement of Stella Mofokeng That is on 3353 to 3355.
Ore o nyaka o lebelele letlakala le uere la sepedišang le motho wa leina la Stella Mofokeng mo page 3353 go fitla go page 3355.
Ke le lebeletse.
Yes, I'm looking at it.
Continue.
I want to take you to paragraph 2 thereof. I want you to read through paragraph 2 and tell me when you are finished.
Ore o gopola mo paragraph number 2 ya gona. O thoma go e bala ge o feditše go e bala o mmotse ge wa o feditše. Tswela pele.
Ke feditše go e bala.
E do e bala ge e kwe ka moka.
No. In fact, he can read it on her own. There's no need for her to read it on record. We just want her to familiarize herself with it so that she can be in a position to answer questions.
Thank you, my lady.
As they're asked to her.
I have already read that paragraph.
Okay.
Okay. The second line says around July 2000, or third line, around July 2016, I visited the deceased at Bopelong and I was not satisfied with the health condition of the deceased. The deceased was complaining of hunger. The patients were sleeping in a garage without bathroom and they were using basins to wash themselves. Can you tell the court what do you say about the part that the deceased was complaining of hunger? What is your reaction to that?
Jale o ka re botsa re botse o ka do hlatholla re o bo reng ge o re o balla ka tlala wo moko mola mo line number 3 o boletseng ka ona e bele ka July 2016 ge o ya bua o lo lebelela maemo wa hwetša ga wa maemo a shisha ebile ba robala le ka garage go ba go sena le mo ba kgonang go ithušetša gona go ba ntlo ya go ithušetša jale botse nyaka ka go hlatholle gore o balla ka tlala.
Ke rata gore ke botse khoto gore statement se incorrect ga se gabotse.
I want to tell this court that that statement is incorrect. It has not been put properly into perspective.
Statement se ngwadilwe go sotla bophelong.
That statement was written with the intention of tarnishing bophelong.
Mongwadi wa sona o kare a kebe a le gona a tlhalose gore ge a bona a tsena ka mola o kreile mohu wa gage a le ka mo gare ga garage e tletseng dikoloi ebile a re botse gore ke dikoloi tse feng tsene di le ka mo garage-eng e.
I wish that the author of the statement was here to tell us further as to what does he or she mean when she says that the deceased was in a garage and in that very garage there were vehicles, and what vehicles were those?
Ms. Kekana?
Yes, continue, Council, Mr. Late.
Please listen carefully. I ask you a question. Just answer to the question, please. I ask you, what do you say about the allegation that the mental health care user, Mr. Ntombeni, was hungry? What is your reaction there?
Comment.
When o araba ka reng wo mohu Mtombeni o ba bola ke tlala wena o re o ikarabela mo.
Nna ke re dijo di be di le gona.
I am saying
well balanced.
There was food available which was well balanced.
Tšeo di bonweng le ke batho ba department ge ba tlile unannounced go di bona.
And that very food I'm referring to was seen by the officials of the department at the time when they had made an unannounced visit.
Is it possible that the mental health care user was probably hungry at that specific stage, but not always hungry?
Ekaba o ka ba bjalo re ka nako e nngwe o ba swere ke tlala fela se wa se bolele hore o ba sa fiwe dijo.
Yena o be a fiwa dijo. Re tla lemoga gore motho o a sa itekanelang mo hlogong a ka nna dira ntho e nngwe le e nngwe ya nyakang go e bolela. A ka nna re yena o swere ke tlala le ga sa swara ke tlala.
The mental user was fed. We need to realize that a person that is suffering from mental illness can say anything. They can say that they are not being fed, whereas it is not so.
I understand. Okay, let's go to the garage.
Garage.
It is in your statement, it was stated that the garage was
Whose statement is this one, Mr. Lead?
That's a statement regarding.
Is the statement of Stella Mufokeng?
No,
that
the
is
statement
the
of
one where you have just referred this witness now.
Yeah, but the statement of the witness, A4 in Exhibit Z2, it is stated that the garages were modified into a room or a walk. Is that correct, Mr. Kekana?
Come again?
The garages at the premises was modified into a ward. Is that correct?
E ka ba go bjalo se se bolelwa mo statement se sa Z2 gore garage eo ile ya fetolwa ya dirwa ward.
Go bjao ne convertilwe gore e be the room.
Yes, it is so. It was converted into rooms.
How did you do the conversion? What was done to the garage to convert it into rooms?
Jwale e dirilwe bjang gore e fetolelwe gore be di room.
Re tlošitše mabati a di garage ra tsentsha di double doors tse pedi.
We removed the roller doors of the garage. We then installed
Ra lokela mabati a double doors tse pedi.
We then installed 2 double doors.
Ra lokela mafestere a magologolo for ventilation.
We further installed 2 big windows for ventilation.
Ra lokela screed mo floor room.
La lokela?
Screed ra tshela something mo fatshe se se flat mo floor room.
We then applied something on the floor which made the floor to be smooth.
I think the witness
screed.
Yeah, screed.
Screed.
Ebe re lokela le di toilet tse di flashang ka mo roomong e nngwe.
We further then installed or jepedid.
Re loketse di shower
Toilet
for di toilet no. Di toilet tse 4 le di shower.
We installed 4 toilets that were flushing as well as showers.
Le di basin.
And basins.
Is the toilets and the showers and the basins, is that in the garage or in another part of the house?
Really, the toilet gel, the shower tse o lelang ka tsona di gona mo garage mo goba di mo lefelong le leng gona ka ntong?
Di ka side-eng ya garage, ka mo garage e leng teng, be go na le another room e tsenang ka mo gare.
Ka mo garage ne le teng?
Gona ka mo garage-eng, be
Yeah.
go agilwe bentse mong wa ntlo a na le room ka mo gare tse pedi, tse tharo mo garage-eng.
These that is the showers and the toilets, they were on the side of the garage, but the owner of this house had also other rooms by the garage, and those rooms were 3.
Ke yona room eo e loketsweng di showers, e le ka mo gare ga garage.
Now, it is the very room that was installed with showers, the one that is inside the garage.
What do you say about the sentence or the part of the sentence that say that the garage was without a bathroom and they were using basins to wash themselves?
Garage e sena lefelo la gore ba ka ithušetša mo go lona ebile ba šomiša di-basin go tlhapa.
Basins tse re nang le tsona ra di berekisa in case ya emergency.
The basins
Gore
that
ka
we
gore
had,
municipal.
Emanyane.
Miss Kekana, Doctor, please give the interpreter the chance to interpret. And please don't say too many things because he will not remember everything that you have said.
O kwele se se ya ke.
E ke kwele.
A re do e tšea ganyane legato ka legato o feletse ge feleletse o tla bolela ka moka lotso nya go di bolela a re tšea ka legato ka legato. Thoma faso di-basin tše le na le tsona be le šomiša ka emergency.
Re tla kwešiša gore Tshwane municipality mo bophelong e leng gona.
The basins that we had, we're using them for emergency purposes. You will understand that Tshwane, yeah?
Tshwane municipality ga ena metsi. Every week metsi a tswalwa.
Tshwane municipality has got a shortage of water supply. Every week, every week, you would find that the water is being cut off.
Ge metsi a tswaletswe, re kga metsi.
When the water has been cut off, what we do is
re kga metsi re tshela ka mo di-basineng gore batho ba hlape.
We draw water and fill up the basins in order for that water to be used by the people to wash themselves.
When the mental health care users arrived at Popelong Sierman, did you know that Sibusiso Mtombeni suffered from tuberculosis?
Ka nako ba fitla ba lwadi ba lena kwa Bophelong Stirman o bo tseba wena re Sibusiso Mtombeni o be a be ana le TB o bo se tseba se
Aowa re be re sa tsebe.
No, we did not know.
Yes,
but you later realized that he did suffer. Is that correct?
Fela mafelong o la feletša o tsebile gore wa o ne bona bofokodi bjo.
Ke nnete re realize morago. Re bona ka di-sign.
It's true. We realized later as
how did it come about?
Go tlile bjang?
O ne a loser weight.
He was
Ibile
losing
a
weight.
gohlola.
And
Marase.
He was also coughing.
Se ha se gore motho ga lose weight go raya gore o tshwere ke TB fela.
Now, that does not mean that when a person is losing weight, it means that they are suffering from TB only.
Ke ka mo bophelong e mo tsereng ya mo isa tleliniking gore
That is-
tleliniki e mo assess.
That is why, Emanya, that is why Bupilong took him to the clinic so that the clinic could examine him. Yeah.
Yes.
Olape.
Clinic. Okay.
I'm
listening.
How did you then learn that he suffered from TB?
Le tsebile bjang bjalo o tshwere ke TB?
Re mo isitse tleliniking ba mo assessa ba mo checka gore o na le bolwetse ba TB ba hwetša gore group ya batho ba re ba isitseng including yena yena le o mong ba swere ke TB.
We took them to the clinic. After having been examined, it was then discovered that Sibusiso Mtombeni and the other one amongst the group that were taken there, that Sibusiso Mtombeni and the other one had TB.
Bo sister ba clinic bebe batla mo bophelong ba tlo checka ba bohle ba kaofela ha bona balwetse.
Then the sisters at the clinic resolved to visit the facility Bupilong in order to examine all the patients that were over there.
Okay, the other one you're talking about, is that Bulela Msimanga or is it another person?
Oh, bolelang ka ena o mong gape ke mang ke se ya bolela Msimanga goba o bolela ka motho o mong?
Ke tshepa gore ke ena Simanga ke mo lebetse mara ke tshepa gore ke yena because there were only two.
I believe so, that it was him, Simanga, although I am not certain, but it was the two of them.
So it's, in other words, the people who suffered from tuberculosis were Sibusiso Mtombeni and disease number 17, Siyabulele Msimanga.
This is number
Siyabulela Msimanga.
This is number
70, my lady.
70, okay.
Siyabulela Msimanga le Sibusiso Mtombeni ke bona ba be le ba swere ke TB. Wo Msimanga ke number 17 mo bakung ba re ba balwa.
70.
Before the witness
70. Ke 7.
Yes,
70.
I don't know whether this is an objection, but I see the time is now beyond 1 o'clock. I just wanted her to respond to this one. Yes, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. It is an objection. The witness answered that to the initial question. She answered that, or she was asked whether it was Siyabulela Msimanga who also had TB, and she said she is not sure.
Yes.
The next question was put, so it was.
No, she said she is not sure, but she believes it is him.
She believes so, but she is not sure. It was then to her as a fact. So it was.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Mtombeni and Siyabulela Msimanga, which is an incorrect statement given her uncertainty in her previous answer.
Yes, Mr. Lind.
As the court pleases, my lady, the witness testified that there were only two. One was Sibusiso Mtombeni, and objectively spoken, if you have knowledge of the contents of the docket, you will realize, or a person will realize, that Siyabulela Msimanga was diagnosed at Jubilee Hospital with pulmonary tuberculosis.
Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. That is unfortunately a jump that is not supported by the evidence, my lady. If I may, I need to look at the document again, but he was admitted to Jubilee Hospital.
Who is that now?
That is the deceased Mr. Simanga.
Yes.
Admitted to Jubilee Hospital on 31 August 2016, and the admission diagnosis was suspected to be bronchopneumonia. And if your ladyship will just grant me a moment to go to a specific page to verify something.
Okay.
If your ladyship were to go to page 13199. It is a medical report from Jubilee Hospital.
Yes.
In the third paragraph, it says the patient was seen with a specialist physician on 8 September 2016, who made an assessment of severe sepsis, DIC with petechiae, pancytopenia, dehydration, hypernatremia, and possible disseminated TB. It is not a firm diagnosis of tuberculosis. It was a possible diagnosis of tuberculosis.
Yes, Mr. Late, there you are.
I'm not going to an argument with Mr. van Bergen about this. I don't think much turns around it in any way. The fact remains that these three people.
Come again.
These three people died after having been admitted to Bopelang Simon, and whoever had TB or had possible TB, it was just to get the evidence of the witness into a frame of only two had TB. That's
yes. The only problem is
that
not the correct version of events or what is there that has been put. That is according to how I understood it.
My lady, I read here final diagnosis: schizophrenia, pulmonary tuberculosis, severe sepsis, pancytopenia, and DIC. I don't see a difference. There's a possible bronchopneumonia, yes, but as far as I understand, PTB is pulmonary tuberculosis. If I don't know whether I'm wrong.
Let's not complicate issues. We are not medical doctors in any event. Yes, but what we see is that there is something that says possible disseminated TB. The rest we can't say anything because we are not medical doctors.
Yes, no, but on the same page on 13198.
Page
13198.
Yes.
There's a heading, final diagnosis.
PTB.
Yes, pulmonary tuberculosis.
Yo.
That is it.
Well.
We can ask witness. You can ask the witness. She will confirm that.
That's where I wanted to go, because this is going to cause a lot of confusion. Let the witness confirm if she has got knowledge of that. Mr. van Bergen?
Comment. I agree with Mr. Late that PTB is an abbreviation for pulmonary tuberculosis. I don't have a problem with that. What I have a difficulty with, my lady, is this is a report prepared by the clinical manager of the district hospital, Dr. Modise. There is no evidence that Dr. Modise saw the patient personally. But the statement on page 13199 stating that the patient was seen with a specialist physician on 8 September makes it clear that the person who in fact had seen and examined the patient went no further than to say there was possible disseminated tuberculosis.
Okay.
And I think I submit that it is too far of a jump to say that Mr. Msimanga therefore did have tuberculosis and he must therefore be the second of the two patients who had tuberculosis at Bopalong.
Yes, I can see that Mr. Late is not agreeing. Mr. Late, am I going to review? I think the witness can just clarify that she's a nurse. Maybe she's in a position to explain that if there is anything.
Yes.
Yes, I don't know whether you want to continue with this now or do we take a break?
No, we can take the lunch adjournment. Mr. Bergen can enjoy his lunch. And
Otherwise, our interpreter will run away. Mr. Marty is going to run away. Yes. Mrs. Dr. Kekana, this is the time for us to take the lunch adjournment. Mr. Mate, you can warn the witness, and then we will resume. I see now it's 11 minutes past 1. We will resume at 10 past 2.
10 past 2 again.
If you can just warn the witness.
O sa le ka fatshe ga kana o ska bolela le motho ka bohlatsibio ya gago ake. O ka do bolela ka dilo tse ding fela ha ile bohlatsibio ba case ya o bolele selo kana ya kwana sesi.
Ke a kwa.
Understood, my lady.
Thank you very much. The court will take it lunch adjournment.
May it please the court, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Late.
Thank you,
The
Mary.
witness is reminded that she's still under oath.
O sa le ka fatshe ga kano akere.
I'm going to try and solve the difference between myself and Mr. van Bergen with a single question. Dr. Kikana, do you know for a fact whether Siyabulela Msimanga was diagnosed with TB or not?
Ekaba o tseba ele ka nnete go ba ka thereso gore wo se a bolela Msimanga ba mo kgweditse ana le TB go ba aowa.
O ba na le TB.
He had TB.
Thank you. I now want to take you to your statement, Exhibit Z2 on page 3357.
Just
Ngoya mo letlakaleng lewe.
Continue, Mr. Interpreter. Yes.
More Exhibit Z2 3357.
Yeah,
Yes.
Just bear with me, Mr. Lee. Yes, you may continue.
Just before paragraph 6 starts, it reads that it was through this screening that Sibusiso was diagnosed with PTB. He took his medication under the direct supervision of the BCHDO staff and started gaining weight.
That is correct.
And then can you read through paragraph 6 and 7?
Ngobale paragraph 6 and 7 is this. Yes, I'm done reading it.
If I understand correctly, that in July 2016 and August, the mental health care user, Mr. Ntombeni, was taken to Jubilee Hospital. Is that correct?
July 2016, wo Mtombeni o laishwa kwa sepetlele Jubilee.
O isitswe o thomile pele ko tleliniking. From clinic ya ba gona yang sepetlele.
He first started at the clinic, and from thereafter, he then was taken to hospital.
Okay.
Dr.
That's now the Jubilee Hospital.
Just before,
Jubilee.
Yes. Okay, continue.
Jubilee, go bjalo. Sepetlele se re bolelang ka sona e ka ba ke Jubilee.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes, I'm going to ask you, you must listen to the question before you respond, and also wait for the interpreter. I know you are conversant with English, but please listen to the question attentively before you respond. Right, the question was in July, Mr. Sibusiso Ntombeni was taken to the hospital. Now you started telling us about the clinic. You were not asked whether he went somewhere before he was taken to the hospital, ne?
O a kwishisha ke. Asanga ba go botsa e ka ba gona le mo ba mo ishang gona pele ba ka mo isha sepetlele. O re ba ka mo go ba e butshang ka gona se se ke re kwa. Understood, my lady?
Yes. Thank you. Proceed, Mr. Late.
From the clinic, he was taken to the Jubilee Hospital where he was treated for TB and diarrhea.
O bjalo kwa sepetlele Jubilee ba ile ba mo thitela diarrhea le TB. Correct.
And then paragraph 7, you say that Sibusisi was discharged and later readmitted as he refused to take food due to lack of appetite and diarrhea.
Ka lebaka la hore ba sena appetite le diarrhea o ile a tsena sepetlele a ntšhwa sepetlele a dischargewa gape gore lebaka la hore boyale a romele sepetlele be le hore o ba sena appetite ebile ba na le diarrhea.
Do I understand it correctly?
Correct.
That he was discharged from Jubilee and came back to Bophelong Simon?
Go bjalo ge a dischargewa kwa Jubilee o le a boela mo lefelong le la tlhokomelo e leng Bophelong Stigma.
And then he was again admitted?
Yes. Come again, Council?
And then he was again admitted at Jubilee Hospital?
Ka morago ga mowe a romela sepetlele gape sona se la sepetlele sa Jubilee ba mo admita gape.
Go bjalo.
Correct.
Did he at all come back from Jubilee Hospital to Bophelong before Bophelong was closed?
Yale ula a feletša a boetse gape kwa Bophelong pele Bophelong e tswalelwa.
On 28 October 2016.
Ka di 20 October 2016.
Azange abu.
No, he did not come back to the facility.
Before Bophelong was closed on the 28th of October 2016, do you know where Sibusisi Mngomeni went after he was transferred to Jubilee Hospital?
Wa tseba ka morao a ishiwe kwa Jubilee Hospital. O ile a ya kae pele ka ge go tla tswalelwa Bophelong ka di 28 tša October 2016?
Ga botswa ke motho.
Nobody told us anything. We did not know.
Did you hear of his demise?
E ka ba o kwele ka tše bohloko tše mo diragatšeng?
Ke kwele ge nne investigating officer a mpotša a ngwadisa statement ka bo 2017.
A go botša a dirang?
Ke kwele e ka investigating officer.
Yeah, ka 2017. I heard about it from the investigating officer in 2017 when he was taking down the statement.
According to the post-mortem report, which can be found on page 3478 up to 3485, the deceased died as a result of an insulin overdose.
Do you know?
Do you know what insulin is used for?
E ka ba pele nka fitla mo bua ge o lebella matlakala a bua 3478 go fitla go 3485 ke postmortem report ye nngwe e re o ile a tlhokofala ka lebaka la go šomiša insulin e ntšhi ka ba le a tseba re insulin ge ba e šomišetša eng?
Ke a tseba.
Yes, I do. It is Tolape.
E šomišwa mo bathong bao ba tshwereng ke bolwetse ba sukiri. Re bo bitsa diabetes mellitus.
It is administered. The insulin is administered on people that are suffering from sugar, diabetes. Will you sugar you?
Bolwetse ba sukiri, diabetes mellitus.
Diabetes mellitus.
E raya gore sukiri ke e ngata ka mo gare ga madi. Yale re tseya insulin e dirilweng re tsentšha mo molwetseng gore e šome ise sukiri ko tlase.
That simply means diabetes mellitus simply means that there is an excess of sugar in the bloodstream. Now we apply this insulin in order to balance the sugar levels.
Thank you. Did you, while Sibusiso Mtombeni was at Popelong Suurman, know about the whether he suffered of diabetes mellitus?
Yale, Sibusiso kana kwa bale kwa lefelong lewe la Bophelong. O ba tseba hore o ne lekgola o ne bolwetse bo bja sukiri.
You
Na ka mokgwa-
know, referring to the witness.
Oh, wena o bo tseba na ore o be ana le bona bothata bo ba sukiri e ntši mo mading a gage o ya ka mokgwa e
Ao.
boletseng ka gona ke diabetes mellitus.
Aowa, go be go sa tsebege.
No,
Le nna le be ke sa tsebe.
it was not known. I also did not have any knowledge of that.
So you never treated him with insulin?
Yale ga sanka lena la mofa insulin.
Aowa.
But
No,
only
it's
just
not.
when it becomes a contentious issue, I might have give not the correct information to the witness. According to the post-mortem, he died of bilateral pneumonia with a history of insulin overdose.
Where bare o ile a kwa ka lebaka la pneumonia ga mmogo le bona bolwetse ba sukiri ba insulin overdose. Ke
Tse ka
postmortem
moka ga
report.
ke di tsebe.
Again,
Tse ka moka ga ke di tsebe.
all what is being said is news to me.
Does he have?
Just hold it there, Mr. Lee. Continue.
Did Sibusiso present any symptoms of bilateral pneumonia before he was transferred from Bopelong to Jubilee?
Pele aga tloga Bophelong a ya Jubilee e ka ba o ile wa bona di-sign tša pneumonia mo go wena Sibusiso?
Ga botse patient-e ge re re e na le TB go raya gore mafatlha a gage di-lobes tse di leng mo mafatlheng di na le infection. Ke ka moo ba feleletsang ba re ke pneumonia mara yona gantlentle ke TB. So
In
e
actual
affectile di-lobes tseo.
In
Then
actual
the
fact,
witness not saying much. Please, doctor, allow the interpreter to interpret. Continue,
Sir.
Mr. Interpreter. I don't know whether you picked up everything.
thank you, Valeshi.
These are medical terms. We are not necessary, doctor.
Thank you.
Weletša mama thomo mola o re
Just go slow. Allow him to interpret. You'll take it from there, please.
Sibusiso o diagnositswe ka TB.
Sibusiso was diagnosed with TB.
Bjale ge a sepela a ya ko sepetlela ba lebella
When he was taken to hospital,
ba lebella di x-ray.
they then had insight into the x-rays.
Di tlo ba botsa gore motho o tshwere ke pneumonia or ge ile gore e ko dimo ko bronchi ba tla re ke bronchitis.
It will say that this person is suffering from pneumonia. But if then the level thereof has graduated, they will then say that it is bronchitis.
Bronchopneumonia or
Bronchopneumonia
bronchitis.
or bronchitis.
Did you understand my question, doctor? Did the deceased present any symptoms known to you for pneumonia?
Jwale ge Sibusiso ka nako a ba le ko bophelong pele a ka tlošwa a išwa kwa sepetlele Jubilee ka nako wena o bo mo lebelela e ka ba o bo bona ane di-sign na tša pneumonia na go ya ka mokgwa wena o mmoneng ka gona le ka tsebo ya gago?
Ke tla re eng ka gore o ba gohlola.
I would say yes, because he was coughing.
And coughing can also be a symptom of tuberculosis. Is that correct?
Go gohlola e ka ba gape ye nngwe ya tshupetšo tša gore motho o ne TB e ka ba go bjalo? That is correct, my lady.
I'm not going to deal with all the allegations by the sister of the deceased. I'm going to ask you a simple question. Do you, in your expert opinion as a very experienced nurse, are you satisfied that the personnel at Bopelong Simon treated the deceased according to the acceptable norms?
Go ya ka ge o ka re fa go ya ka tsebo ya gago le ka botsebi bja mošomo o dirang o ka reng o ka go bjalo na gore ke nnete gore bašomi ba bophelong ka nako e wo mokhwa a ba le kua bophelong ba ile ba mo tlhokomela go ya ka seemo se se beilweng go ya ka molao le ka tshepedišo ya go šoma ga lena kua bophelong e ka ba go bjalo na?
Ba mo tlhokometse gabotse ba mo fa le dilo tse botse tse tshwanetse gore di mo thushe.
I would say that he was given the best of care, and he was also then given all the needs that would have embettered his situation.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Cross-examination continues from the team of Mr. Watbringer, SC.
Thank you, my lady. We don't have questions for the witness.
My lady?
Yes.
The witness requests a comfort break.
Seconds.
Doctor, we've just resumed now. Okay. You are just let her go because I see she's rushing. She's not yet warmed. But well, she understands.
My lady, she ran so quickly past my office, nobody can talk to her.
You see, what puzzles me is that everyone, you get a witness, we come back from the break, 15 to 20 minutes later, they need a break. And it's not the first one. I don't know why.
My lady, this witness has got intestinal medical problems.
Okay, all right.
But
You'll have to wait for her.
My lady, we can
Yes,
start.
I can see she's back. You are reminded that you are still under oath? Yes.
Yeah, o gopotsa o sa le ka fatshe ga kano akere.
Eh.
Yes, my lady.
Anybody from Mr. Weda's team?
May it please you, my lady. At this stage, we do not have any questions, but I'll ask the court's indulgence to reserve the right
Thank you.
to. Thank you.
Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. I think your ladyship skipped Mr. Pinar.
Oh, Mr. Pina, my apologies.
May it please the court, my lady, at this stage, no questions for this witness, but I would request that I be granted the indulgence should an issue arise to cross-examine at a later stage, as the court pleases, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I do have questions. There are unfortunately aspects from Mr. Late's examination of the witness that went beyond what the available documentation covered. May my examination stand over? I'm going to try and get ready so that I can still cross-examine this afternoon. But at this stage, I just want to check a number of aspects in the records.
Okay, thank you.
I'm indebted to your ladyship.
Does anyone want, Ms. Hassim? Do you have questions?
Maybe I have no questions for this witness.
Ms. Munjerel?
As please the court, my lady. I also have no question for this witness.
Thank you. Ms. Foster? I don't think she's in this proceedings. Ms. Foster, are you there? I'm going to pass her. Mr. Sibara, Mr. Makoni?
As the court, please, my lady, we have no questions for this witness at this stage. As the court, please.
Thank you. Ms. Tiny Soboko?
My lady, I have no witnesses for questions for the witness. Thank you.
You have no witnesses.
I have no questions for the witness.
Ms. Ramaimela?
As the court pleases, my lady, no questions for the witness.
Thank you.
As the court pleases.
Ms. Kotka?
I have no questions at this stage, my lady.
Thank you. Ms. Maite?
May it please you, my lady, I too have no questions for the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Shavangu?
As a court, please, my lady, I have no questions for the witness. As a court, please.
Ms. Mboweni?
As it pleases the court, my lady, I too have no questions for this witness.
Mr. Manamela, are you there? Should be absent. Mr. Profi?
As the court pleases, I too have no questions for this witness, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Pihlela?
God pleases, my lady, I have no questions for this witness.
Mr. Veselo?
My lady indicated to me that he will have no questions for the witness.
Yes, I don't know whether we should then either, what is the time now? I don't know whether Mr. Van Bergen will be ready now, or should we wait for him or roll over to tomorrow? Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I don't want to take up unnecessary time, but if we could roll over until tomorrow, I would appreciate it.
Okay. Is that the feeling of everyone?
My lady, the witness indicated she has a problem tomorrow.
Yes, but then from what time are you not available the whole day tomorrow, Miss Kekan?
Gona go sasa go ba go gona letšatši ka moka.
Ke gona, Judge.
Are you available?
Gona.
No, ga ke gona.
Ha o gona. I'm not available,
Eh.
my lady.
When will you be available?
Go tla ba gona le
Labone le Vrydag.
Thursday and Friday.
Yes, I don't know, Mr. Van Bergen.
My lady, maybe perhaps stand down until 3 o'clock, and I'm going to try to be ready at 3 o'clock.
All right. The witness can therefore be warned, and then the proceedings will therefore be adjourned. If we can just stand down until 3 o'clock.
Re tla emisha go fitla ka 3 o'clock ake. O sale ka fase ga kano ska bolela le motho ka case e go fitla ka yona nako ya kwana. The witness is duly warned, man.
Visit the bathroom before we resume, so that once we start, we're going to proceed until 4 o'clock.
Le thoma ka toilet pele re ka thoma ke. O direla no re thoma re tswele pele go fitla ka 4. Understood, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much.
May it please the court, my lady.
I'm in duty, Your Ladyship.
Ngaka o santse le mo tlase ga kano akere? Yes, my lady.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Kekana, good afternoon.
Ba se ba go dumedisitse fo.
Good afternoon.
If I can just introduce myself so you know who is speaking to you. I'm Harry van Bergen. I'm the advocate appearing for Life Esidimeni in these proceedings.
Ore ke ena lawyer e emetseng Esidimeni o se tsa ikisitse le leina la gagwe.
My questions to...
Just before you proceed, I hear Mr. Interpreter now is busy with Tswana. I don't know. I'm getting lost now. The same petty person now has changed completely.
I'm sorry, my lady. I was speaking.
I don't know,
earlier on.
and she keeps on answering. I don't know whether you're abiding with her instruction that she would go for a Spedi and Tswana interpreter. I don't know.
Let me stick to Sepedi, my lady. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, thank you very much. Continue, Mr. Van Berg.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, the questioning that I wish to put to Dr. Kekana relates more specifically to the deceased Sibusiso Mtombeni, and more specifically his condition at various times. I will, however, just deal with a number of introductory aspects prior to addressing the case of the late Mr. Mtombeni. Dr. Kekana, you set out in quite a bit of detail in specifically your first affidavit, Z1, from page 568, the background to how Bopelong Sierman came into existence. Do you agree?
O re boditse kudu ge motho o lebelela statement se sa gago sa Z1 mo page 568 or ye Bophelong Sierman e thegilwe bjang go bjalo?
Go bjalo.
Correct.
Thank you. Doctor, what is not clear to me is exactly what position you held at Bopelong Sierman. Can you perhaps advise her ladyship what your position was?
Se o ja sa se kwišišeng botse ke sa gore position e le e swere kua Bophelong e be le efeng le ka re botša?
Nka le botša.
Re botša.
Nna ne ke serva ko Bophelong as an advisor.
I was serving at Bophelong as an advisor.
Gape ke serva as a project manager.
I again served there as an advisor project manager.
As a bjale ka project manager, ke startile project go e plana, go e identify the needs tsa batho, and then ka plana the resources.
As a project manager, I started by identifying the needs of the people, and thereafter, I then started planning it from the beginning.
So, ke scheduled the project A, I schedule from A up to Z.
I scheduled that project, that Bophelong project, from the beginning to the end, A to Z.
Thank you, Doctor.
He organized the human resources and the material resources that they need.
I organized the human resources as well as material resources that would have been needed.
Does that cover most of it, Doctor?
Ke tshepa gore di cover tsotlhe
I
ka baka
believe
la
so.
gore
Because
le bashumi ne ke ya go bona ke sa ba botsa gore ko ba checka gore ba dia se se tshwanetsego.
There is a
I
hand. Okay,
I
you
also
can just
did
finish the
spot checks.
interpretation.
I also did spot checks on the employees. I came there unannounced to check on them.
Yes, Mr. Late.
My lady, the Inquest Act provides for a person who has a specific interest in the testimony that can be allowed to ask questions to a witness. I cannot see in the history of this inquest what interest Mr. van Bergen has to ask these questions to the witness. He doesn't represent any of the deceased in this regarding this witness's testimony. He represents Life Esidimeni, and she did not testify in any negative aspect regarding Life Esidimeni, or and what Mr. van Bergen now refers to is questioning will go towards the deceased Ntumbeni. I would like to know, I'm not sure how her testimony regarding Sibusiso Ntumbeni's demise has anything to do with Life Esidimeni, as the court pleases, my lady.
Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I am in agreement with Mr. Late insofar as I am also of the view that Life Esidimeni is not, or rather should not be implicated. But as I have said on previous occasions, my lady, I cannot prejudge and anticipate what your ladyship is going to rule and find at the end of the day. And for that reason, I must cover aspects that may link Life Esidimeni to Bopalong, and through that to the eventual demise of the patients in question. And the questions that I wish to pose will show that there is, in fact, no such link. If the court at this stage were to indicate that your ladyship is inclined to be in agreement with Mr. Late, I'm happy to resolve the matter on that basis. Then I need not question further. But as I have indicated, my lady, I cannot anticipate what your ladyship's findings are going to be. Secondly, my lady, if Bopalong Sierman is going to be implicated or be found liable, then a person at Bopalong Sierman must be found liable, because the entity in itself does not bear any criminal liability. And that is why I asked the questions that I have asked up until now. My next question would be whether Dr. Kinkara held any executive position, because if that is not the case, then I fail to see how she personally can be implicated. And that's the background to my questions, my lady. And I'm in the court's hands. I don't want to waste the court's time. As I've indicated, if your ladyship is inclined to agree with Mr. Late, then matters can be left as are.
Mr. Late?
Yes, my lady, the witness has not implicated Life Esidimeni in any way. She has not criticized Life Esidimeni in any way. The reason for questioning a witness is to test their knowledge and their credibility of aspects. You do not have to question a witness to determine what is not. You must determine what is. And she has not implicated Life Esidimeni, so it's not necessary to question her to ascertain whether Life Esidimeni is not responsible or is responsible. Secondly, it's clear from evidence that, and in view of the mortem report, that they are not responsible for the death of the deceased, because the deceased died long after he's taken away from life Esidimeni, from Bopelong, and long after the deceased was transferred from life Esidimeni to Bopelong. That's the court, please, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Van Bergen. So far, I haven't had any evidence from the witness that implicates life Esidimeni. So I do not understand as to why you would want to proceed to cross-examine the witness.
My lady, on that basis, I'm happy to forego further cross-examination.
Okay.
As your ladyship pleases.
Thank you. Who did I leave then? I think Mr. Van Bergen was the last. Am I correct?
I believe so, my lady.
Yes. What I found relevant is the question with regard to whether she occupies an executive position. She occupied an executive position at the time. Mr. Van Bergen, I'm going to ask you just to continue with that question, and then we can lay to rest.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Kekana, you've explained your involvement at Bopelong Sierman. Can I ask you, were you a member of the executive of Bopelong Sierman?
Jwale o re boditse ka mokgwa o ile wa thega Bophelong Steelman ka gona. Jwale wena o bo le executive member ya Bophelong Steelman.
Go bjalo.
That is correct.
Thank you, my lady. That clarifies that issue. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Late. Are you happy? Then the witness is going to be excused.
I am happy, your ladyship.
Thank you. The witness is excused. Thank you, Ms. Kekana, Dr. Kekana, for availing yourself.
La fana ka bohlatse bja lena.
Remember, you must follow the proceedings.
O ska lebala ke o latelele yona case je ka moka tše di.
Okay.
Thank you.